It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Sportsnet LA presents the Dodgers as they take on the Colorado Rockies. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Saturday evening to you, wherever you may be. Welcome to Dodger Stadium. Game number 2 against the Rockies in the 3-game series. And, of course, tomorrow will end the regular season for the Dodgers. As far as the Rockies are concerned, the Dodgers have had their way. They've won 5 of 7 here and 11 of the 17 meetings thus far. On the mound will be Dan Herron, who'll probably pitch maybe 2 innings. The last time Herron pitched against Colorado in Denver, he gave up 5 runs in 5 innings, suffered a loss. He'll come in with a record of 13-11, and it certainly doesn't figure that he'll be around long enough to be involved in the decision. On the mound will be Eddie Butler for Colorado. He missed a lot because of inflammation of the rotor cuff. He did make his major league debut against the Dodgers on the 6th of June, and the Dodgers beat him. In fact, the first man to come up and bat against him was D. Gordon, and he hit a triple. For the Dodgers, what they're doing right now is waiting to see who will be their opponent on Friday, and more looks like it'll be St. Louis. Pittsburgh lost, and if the Cardinals win tonight, we will have the Redbirds at Dodger Stadium on Friday. So sit back, relax. We have a good ball game and a whole lot more coming up right after this.
Dodger baseball fans making their way into Dodger Stadium on this beautiful Saturday evening, getting ready for Game 2 of a 3-game set between the Colorado Rockies and the Los Angeles Dodgers. Hello, everybody, and welcome inside Dodger Stadium. I'm Alana Rizzo. Today is Game 161 of 162 regular season games. After that, it is the postseason, no longer a dream, an absolute reality for several teams, including your Los Angeles Dodgers. If the playoffs were to start today, this is what the playoffs playoff scenario would look at. We begin in the American League. The wild card would be the A's at the Royals. The Royals making it to the playoffs for the first time in 3 decades. Then either the Athletics or Royals at the Angels. Tigers at the Orioles. So that is how it looks in the junior circuit. The circuit you care about, the senior circuit, the National League. If the playoffs were to start today, the wild card would be the San Francisco Giants at the Pittsburgh Pirates. Then it would be the winner of the Giants and Pirates at the Nationals, the Cardinals at the Dodgers. Now, the Pirates have already lost today. If the Cardinals win tonight, it is a foregone conclusion that the Cardinals will play the Dodgers in the National League Division Series. Dan Herron on the hill for Game 2 here at Dodger Stadium. Don Mattingly saying he'll go only about 4 or 5 innings in his final tune-up before the regular postseason. After the break, Vince Scully on the call.
You may be sunset time in Los Angeles and the prospects of a very good ball game between the Dodgers and Colorado. Before the game, just adding a little seasoning and spice to it, the Jackie Robinson West Little League baseball team from Chicago was welcomed here. They won the U.S. Little League Championship. Jackie Robinson West from the Washington Heights neighborhood on the south side of Chicago beat Nevada 7-5 and won the championship before losing to South Korea in the Little League World Series. But the kids were here, got a tremendous thrill, and of course carrying the name Jackie Robinson, that makes tremendous impact on the Dodger organization. Meanwhile, Walt Weiss trying to make a tremendous impact against the Dodgers in Game 2 of the series. So we'll take a look at his lineup. For Walt, he'll have his big man Charlie Blackmon leading off. Charlie in center field. It will be Rafael Ynoa will be at third base. Mike Kadaya will be at first base. Mike McHenry behind the plate. Kyle Parker in right. Brandon Barnes in left. Charlie Culberson at second base. Christian Adames at short. And the pitcher is Eddie Butler. For the Dodgers, it'll be Dan Herron, 13 and 11. He had 2 bad games pitching in Colorado. He joins a long list of pitchers who had bad games in Colorado. But if you toss those 2 games out, his ERA would be in the 3s, and it would look like a much better year, although he has done very well, and especially in his last 9 starts. If you go back to August the 6th with Dan Herron, His earned run average is 2.3, and he has a record of 5-2, and the hitters batting 179 against him. So here's Charlie Blackmon, among other things, has power and speed. He has 19 home runs. He has 28 stolen bases. All around solid player. Takes a breaking ball strike, and the count 1-1. Charlie last night made a fine throw from the outfield. He was playing left field. So he's a solid all-around ball player who had been drafted twice as a pitcher. Ground ball to Gonzalez. Adrian jogged to the bag with it for the out, and one away in the first inning. By the way, this gorgeous time of day, 70 degrees here in the next to the last game of the regular season, or the word they use now, penultimate. It will be Rafael Inoa, who spent several years in the Dodger organization and finally hooked on with Colorado. He was 0 for 4 last night, but he was on base a couple of times with Dodger errors. 8 years he wore the blue, but never got to the big leagues. And Rafael takes ball 1-0. The Rockies, if you look at the standings, they are 26 games behind the Dodgers, but they're a better team than that when they are healthy. Line drive, base hit into right field. Matt Kemp is up with it, and Noah makes the turn and holds on. Let's take a look at the Dodgers with the leather here in the first inning, and it shapes up this way in the outfield. Andre Ethier in left, Yasiel Puig in center, Matt Kemp in right. No dramatic changes in the infield. Justin Turner spelling the third baseman, Juan Uribe, who's going to be the manager tomorrow. More about that. Ramirez at short, and then you have Gordon and Gonzalez and the battery of Herron and Ellis. So a runner at first, and here's Mike Kadaya, last year's batting champion, and he takes off the plate, ball 1. Justin Morneau, a teammate of Mike's, trying to win the batting championship in the battle with Josh Harrison of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Aaron set, Yanoa off the bag. Dan over the top, fastball inside, ball 2. For the moment, Justin Morneau, not in the lineup, is hitting .319. Josh Harrison of the Pirates went 1 for 4. He's hitting .318. By the way, Pirates lost today. And Andrew McCutchen went 1 for 3. He's hitting .314. So tomorrow it'll be a big day for a couple of individuals, and that certainly would include Mr. Justin Morneau. Morneau on the phone, maybe checking on Harrison for all we know. 3-0 the count to Mike Kadire, who won it all last year. Now the 3-0 pitch swung on, hit in the air to right field. Moving to his left is Matt Kemp. One-hands it, and Noah holding. So in a game that really doesn't mean anything for either team, they green light Kadire on a 3-0 pitch, and he flies to right field. So 2 out in the first inning, and Mike McHenry, the backup catcher, who's done very well against right-hand pitching, hitting .328. Overall batting average for Michael, .315. He has 7 home runs, 21 runs batted in. So McHenry, right-hand batter, checks. Out of his stretch goes Herron over the top with a fastball that's in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Mike McHenry, he's out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Went to Middle Tennessee State University in Knoxville, same hometown that produced Todd Helton. Here's the strike 1 pitch on the way. McHenry backs away at a pitch inside. So Dan Herron with a record of 13-11. How long will he go in the game? Well, until he feels he's had a workout. It might be a number of pitches, maybe as high as 70, but we'll see. That'll be up to the manager. For the Dodgers right now, they want to play, but they don't want to play too long, and they want everybody to play to stay sharp for Friday. Greinke, Kershaw, Crawford, all the other names just sitting and watching. And then people like Kemp will play, and Hyun-Jin Ryu was going to make a big decision soon. The pitch to McHenry fouled away. You know that, first of all, Hyun-Jin was throwing on flat ground. Then he had a good bullpen session and reported he felt fine. So tomorrow, as he's talking to Juan Uribe, Ryu will take a full, hard bullpen session, and then we'll find out about the number 3 starting pitcher for the Dodgers. McHenry, a line drive to center, picking it off is Puig, and that's that in the first inning for the Colorado Rockies. No run, 1 hit, a man left, and at the end of half an inning, no score. But that's all for the Rockies in the first inning. We'll take a look now at Don Mattingly's lineup as we go to the bottom of the first. Dee Gordon, Yasiel Puig, and Adrian Gonzalez. Matt Kemp hits cleanup. Hanley Ramirez at short. Andre Ethier makes a back-to-back start in left field tonight. Justin Turner at third. A.J. Ellis the catcher. Dan Herron the pitcher. On the mound is Eddie Butler out of Chesapeake, Virginia. Made his major league debut against the Dodgers on the 6th of June, and they knocked him around a bit. In 5 1/3 innings, he allowed 6 runs, 10 hits, and the Dodgers won the ball game 7-1. He's had his season pretty well ruined. He had inflammation of the rotator cuff. He's 6'2", 180, only 23 years old, number 1 pick out of Radford in Virginia. And the first pitch to Dee Gordon in for a strike. The very first batter that Eddie Butler faced in his debut was Dee Gordon, who promptly tripled. Eddie into his windup, right-hander over the top with a sinking fastball away, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Signed by the Rockies only 2 years ago, and here he is pitching in the big leagues. Last start was September the 20th. He pitched very well. Ground ball to short, moving to his left to pick it up as Andemus makes the throw to first in time, and down goes Gordon. Ground ball to short, 1 away. But take a look at the Rockies, and they have Kadaya, Culberson, Adames, and Inoa, Barnes, Blackman, and Parker, and McHenry behind the plate. Corey Dickerson is one talented player who is not here. Corey's gone home to Mississippi. His wife expecting their first child. So one of the fine young players in the league will not finish up with his club, Colorado, but they will certainly have him back next year. Culberson, a lot of talent. Checking now, Yasiel Puig, another ground ball to Adames, who makes the throw. Nice stretch by Kadaya. So quickly, 2 down in the first inning, and Adrian Gonzalez coming up. Dodgers have beaten Colorado 11 of 17, winning 6 of 10 in Denver and 5 of the 7 here. The Dodgers have really been playing well, not only against Walt Weiss, but against everybody. The last 7 series, including the victory last night, the Dodgers are 18-5. So they certainly have finished up in high style to get ready for the playoffs. And by the way, there's something rather remarkable about this team. I mean, there are a lot of good things and there are some negatives, but there is something rather remarkable as Gonzalez takes ball one. The Los Angeles Dodgers will finish the season without a losing streak longer than 3 games. There are only 2 other Dodger teams in franchise history to do that. Here's the 1-0 pitch, foul back. The 1988 club in 161 games, the 1924 in 154 games, and this one, the only ones in franchise history without a 4-game losing streak in a season. The 1-1 pitch coming up to Adrian Gonzalez. He has a look and pays a strike for the privilege, and the count 1-2. So Eddie Butler, in his last outing, allowed 1 run in 6 innings against Arizona. He had 2 strikes on 11 of the 22 hitters. And Gonzalez lowers the boom. If it stays fair, it is gone. It is gone into the visiting bullpen. A tremendous smash for Adrian Gonzalez. And the Dodgers jump out in front 1-0. 26 home runs, 113 runs batted in. And remember, Adrian was 0 for 16 when he came up to the plate. And that big smile has a lot to do not only with joy, but with relief. So Adrian drills one to the back of the visiting bullpen. Dodgers are on the board, and the batter now will be Matt Kemp. The bubble machine and the victory dance right in the middle of it. Juan Uribe, who will manage tomorrow, by the way. In the final game of the season, they always pick somebody to be not just the honorary manager, but he'll be calling the shots. Juan Uribe, and by the way, his pitching coach is Clayton Kershaw. Ground ball at Renoa, he makes the play, and that quickly does it for Kemp. But before the Dodgers finish up the inning, Adrian Gonzalez hits one halfway to Pasadena. Got a fastball up and right out across the middle of the plate, and he drove it out of sight. And it was a mile high as well as it went down the right field line. So at the end of an inning, Dodgers 1, Rockies 0. With his 26th home run of the year, and the Dodgers take a 1-0 lead into the second inning. A change. Darwin Barney takes over at second base for D. Gordon, who had one at bat and grounded out. And the pitch now to Kyle Parker in for a strike. Parker, quite an athlete. He went to school at Clemson. His father was a former wide receiver who played in the NFL for the Cincinnati Bengals. He takes off the plate 1-1. More importantly, young Kyle, a star quarterback in high school, and he had a scholarship to Clemson for both football and baseball. He takes down and away. 4 years ago, Parker became the first athlete in NCAA history to have 20 touchdown passes and 20 home runs in the same academic season. 2-1 pitch fouled out. SC had Rodney Peete one year. Oklahoma State had Josh Fields. They had 10 home runs, but not Kyle's 20. Played 2 years at Clemson. He had 32 touchdowns and an outstanding big man on campus. 2-2 pitch. Parker looks, strike 3 call. So Kyle Parker with the great credentials, but caught looking, and we have one away here in the second inning. Brandon Barnes will be the hitter, with the Dodgers leading 1-0 in the second inning. Barnes hitting .261, 8 home runs, 27 runs batted in. In June the 6th, the pitcher Eddie Butler made his debut. June the 7th, Brandon Barnes had a triple to beat the Dodgers. Right-hand batter, and the first pitch to Brandon low, 1 ball and no strikes. Colorado has some wonderful players. You know all about people like Troy Tulowitzki, Carlos Gonzalez, but they have some fine young ones as well. The 1-0 pitch on the way, taken high. They have really been banged up physically, and that's one reason why they're 26 back. But this is a pretty good ball club, maybe hampered, like most Rockies teams, by playing in Denver, where the ball really travels. 2-0 pitch on the way, hit in the air, high pop fly. Barney backing out. Darwin makes the catch. So we have 2 down in the second inning. Charlie Culberson coming up.
Second baseman number 23, Charlie.
One of my favorite players. I don't know him. I've never met him, but I just admired watching him so much this year. Nolan Arenado. He's the young third baseman. He was dazzling until he got hurt. Nolan had a .287 average. He had 18 home runs, 61 RBIs, and he joined the walking wounded. But he's another wonderful young player. The pitch now to Culberson, backs him away. 1 ball and no strikes, the count. Charlie playing second base. DJ LeMahieu last night suffered a sprained knee diving for a ground ball up the middle that produced 2 RBIs for Justin Turner. So Culberson, a chance to improve and play and impress. 2-0 pitch is swung on, popped up. Barwin calls, and Barney puts it away. So 1-2-3 inning for Dan Herron, and at the end of an inning and a half, Dodgers 1, Rockies nothing. Gonzalez's first inning home run gives the Dodgers a 1-0 lead. Don't miss all the nonstop action, excitement, and historic performances. The 2014 postseason begins September the 30th. And, of course, for the Dodgers, it all starts here Friday, October the 3rd. Pirates lost today on a walk-off grand slam by Cincinnati Ramon Santiago. First for the Reds in an extra inning game since Frank Robinson did it against the Dodgers back in 1962. He hit the slam against one of the nice guys to come along. The first pitch now to Hanley Ramirez, foul back fastball. Larry Sherry was the pitcher who served it up. Just to complete the thought. 1-0 Dodgers. Ramirez, Ethier, and Turner in that order. You know, the discussion, it's not controversy. The discussion about whether Clayton Kershaw should be the MVP as well as the Cy Young winner. Here's the strike one pitch to Ramirez. Almost hit him. 1 ball and 1 strike. Last time when Bruce Bochy was here, Bochy was all for it. He said absolutely he should get it. And the same question was put to Walt Weiss. And Weiss says that Clayton Kershaw has deserved his vote as well. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Hanley hits a bouncer up the middle. On it is Andonis, throws to first in time for the out. And we have 1 away. That's 3 ground balls to short, 1 ground ball to third, and 1 ball hit in the air. That was a home run. Walt Weiss said, I think in only extreme cases should a pitcher win an MVP, but I think he's making a case for that with the season he's put together. Unfortunately, I've witnessed it firsthand. If a guy dominates at the level he has to be in the MVP conversation. And I don't have an issue with Kershaw being the MVP. That was a quote directly from Walt Weiss. Now coming up, Andre Ethier takes inside, ball 1, 1-0. Ethier played right and center last night. Andre hitting .250, 4 home runs, 41 runs batted in. Takes a good sinker in for a strike. And the count 1-1. Dodgers now realizing about all the ground balls they've heard when Eddie Butler is pitching. The 1-1 pitch is in the air. However, a drive to right. Kyle Parker is there to handle it. Basically, with Eddie Butler, you get a 4-seam fastball. Then the 2-seamer is the pitch that causes so many ground balls. He has a power slider, a curveball, and a changeup. And basically, when it's all said and done, he is a sinker ball pitcher. So here is Justin Turner. For the Dodgers, to show you the balance that the club has, here you have Turner hitting .333, 7 home runs, 43 RBIs. If you put Turner and Uribe together, they have a collective batting average of .314 as Turner fouls it away. The Dodgers have not had a combination or one player to do that at third base since the great Adrian Beltre. No balls and 1 strike, the count to Justin. The next pitch down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Turner, who has been one of the big surprises and one of the more valuable players on the squad, playing everywhere in the infield and hitting better than .330. Swings, hits a drive to right and deep. Back goes Parker. It's over his head. It's going to be off the scoreboard. Turner jogging towards second base. Darned if he hasn't done it again. Turner doubles to right. His 20th double. He has a triple, and for good measure, he has 7 home runs. What a talent and what a find for the Dodgers. The kid from Long Beach, the redhead, Justin Turner, hitting one right over Kyle Parker's head. Fastball up. He drives to right a lot and with good power. So Justin still wearing the shin protector, jogging into second base. And the batter now will be A.J. Ellis. So the Dodgers lead 1-0. They have a runner at second base with 2 out. A.J. trying to pick him up. A.J. hitting 191. He has 3 home runs, 24 runs batted in. Butler set, looks back at second. Now the right-hander deals. Fastball low, ball 1. McHenry blocking it nicely. So just as soon as we pointed out the ground balls after Ramirez hit one, Ethier lines out to right and Turner doubles to right. But he still has 4 outs on ground balls in an inning and 2/3. A.J. good numbers against the Rockies, hitting better than .345 against them. Eddie Butler set. Another look back at Turner. Now the right-hander delivers. Good sinking two-seamer at 93, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. In the minor leagues, the pitching coaches talked about Eddie Butler, saying that he compared to Kevin Brown. Well, if he can pitch like Kevin Brown, he can really pitch. And remember, he's only been a pro 2 years. 1-1 pitch on the way. Little low, ball 2. Boy, would they love to have a good sinker ball pitcher in Denver, where the ball flies out. 2 balls and 1 strike the count. Butler had 2 ground ball double plays in the last game, so the sinker was working then. Another pitch low, 3-1. On deck, you have the pitcher who's not a bad hitter, Dan Herron. 3-1 the count to A.J. Ellis likes to go to right field, especially on a low ball pitcher. So we'll see what kind of a pitch he gets and whether he can handle it, if indeed he'll get a hittable pitch. 3-1 the count with 2 out. The pitch is pulled. A one-hopper. It was a breaking ball up and thrown out easily by Ynoa. So Ellis hits it hard. They leave Turner at second base, and at the end of 2, it's 1-0 Dodgers. Another golden sunset. Still a bright blue canopy overhead. The lights are on. The crowd is here. And the temperature a beautiful 70 degrees. 3rd inning. It'll be Christian Adames, then the pitcher Eddie Butler, and then the leadoff man Charlie Blackmon. Christian Adames, a young shortstop, 23 years old. Just really starting out. They signed him in 2008. He's from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. And the first pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Switch hitter, batting left-handed. against Dan Haren. Dodgers lead 1-0 on the home run by Adrian Gonzalez, his 26th. Strike one pitch, check swing. They look at third, swing, says Jim Reynolds, and the count 0-2. By the way, Adrian Gonzalez with his home run, that gave him 113 RBIs. He has Giancarlo Stanton, who was hurt in the middle of September, hit by a pitch, 105. Justin Upton with 100. And down goes Adames. Second strikeout to Dan Haren. And the batter will be Eddie Butler. By the way, over in the American League, I mean, that really has the city talking. Adrian Gonzalez perhaps will be the RBI champ. And over in the American League, Mike Trout with 111. He has a chance to win the title for the Angels and the American League. Eddie Butler, right-hand batter, has a look at a strike, and the count 0-1. You hear those numbers, you hear some of the numbers from the Rockies playing in the mile-high city of Denver. But this has not been the year of the hitter. There are only 14 batters in the major leagues hitting 300, 8 in the American and 6 in the National. 1-1 pitch, off speed, swung on and missed, 1-2. Jose Altuve has a .342 batting average. He's out of sight, completely out of sight, and he's 5'5". Next pitch, grounded, fouled outside of first. Yeah, Morneau, and he'll probably play tomorrow. Josh Harrison right behind him at .318. But the pitchers have pretty well done a pretty good job erasing 300 batting averages. The next pitch off the plate, and the count 2-2. Rockies since September the 1st have been particularly tough within the Western Division. 2-2 pitch, poked on the ground to Gonzalez. He'll take it to the bag. 2 down here in the third inning. Charlie Blackmon coming up.
Center fielder number 19, Charlie Blackmon.
And looking at the National League in order, Morneau, Harrison, McCutchen, and then Posey, Revere, and Spahn. Denard Spahn with Washington barely qualifying at .301. Pirates lost today. The Cardinals play tonight. It is 2-2 now. The Cardinals in Arizona, top of the 5th inning. So we'll keep tabs on that one. Should the Cardinals win, that will decide it. The Birds will be here Friday. Charlie Blackmon grounded to first, 0 for 1. Strike one pitch on the way, foul to the screen, and the count 0-2. Charlie Blackmon very high on a lot of the players. They're a very enthusiastic group. I mean, they are fully confident. What ruined Colorado's year, all the injuries. I mean, the headline players, Troy Tulowitzki, Carlos Gonzalez, the third baseman we talked about, Nolan Arenado, and young pitchers went down as well. One-two pitch on the way off the plate. We mentioned earlier Corey Dickerson is not here. Went home, his wife expecting their first child. What a year Dickerson had. He had .312 with 24 home runs, 76 runs batted in. So they got some players. Make no mistake about that. Meanwhile, Blackmon goes 3-2. 2 down, top of the third. Haren has allowed 1 hit, and he's retired 7 in a row. 3-2 pitch on the way. Line drive, base hit to center. So Blackmon makes a turn and holds on. Runs almost halfway to second. Blackmon last night had 2 hits, so he's had 3 so far in the series, and he is a threat to run. As we mentioned, he has 28 stolen bases. And if he gets to second base, look out, he has stolen third 6 times. Rafael Inoa trying to make the most of the absence of Nolan Arenado. So Inoa playing third base, had a base hit in the first inning. Last night reached on a couple of errors and a walk. Inoa, a switch hitter and doing well from either side of the plate. Hitting .370 left-handed, looks at ball one, and .300 right-handed. No power, no home runs. Then again, he's had less than 75 at bats. Blackman threat to go with 2 out. Aaron watching him, now back to the plate. Ground ball right on the line, fielded by Gonzalez right on the bag. So no runs, 1 hit, a man left. And at the end of 2.5 innings, Dan Haren has made only 26 pitches, and he walks off leading 1-0. So Gordon, the spearhead of the attack, the man who made things happen. Interesting to just look at some of the nuggets supplied by the players during the long year. Aaron fouls it away. 1-1 to count. Dan, a very good hitter when he's at Pepperdine. Also a good hitter when he came to the big leagues. He has 5 runs batted in, 1 extra base hit, a double, and he fouls a fastball back, and the count stays 1-2. Dan Haren, born in Monterey Park, lives over in West Covina. A second-round pick by the Cardinals back in 2001. Hits a roller to short. Adames up with it. Christian throws him out, and we have 1 down. We'll take a look at D. Gordon. Watch when he's leaving the box. Hits a sinker on the ground, and you can see a facial expression. He was in some pain as soon as he left the box. So Gordon came out in favor of Darwin Barney. So for Don Mattingly, he will be making changes throughout the game anyway, but I think that was one change that was forced upon him. So here is Barney. Darwin appeared as a pinch hitter last night, single to center and scored a run in that wild 6th inning when the Dodgers scored 6 times. Anytime you see Barney in a game, the last couple especially, You could say it's a tryout. He has a look at a strike, 1-1. The big dazzling question: who are the 25? The Dodger roster that will be ready to go against the Cardinals on Friday, and a lot of meetings going on top level in the Dodger organization. The 1-1 pitch is low, ball 2. You start with Ned Colletti, of course, and then his group of advisors. Don Mattingly, the coaches, everybody giving an opinion. The 2-1 pitch, Barney hits it in the air to right center. Pretty deep, but not deep enough. It'll be Charlie Blackmon still on the grass. And we have 2 down in the 3rd inning. Meanwhile, Miguel Rojas, you figure he might make the roster. But then again, what about Darwin Barney? What about Arrubarena? Somebody is going to be disappointed. Somebody will be pleasantly surprised. And we really won't know. Technically, we won't know until Friday morning. Yasiel Puig, ground ball to short, 0 for 1. He'd like to finish 300 and promptly bangs it into right field for a base hit. So Puig takes a sinker the other way, and that's usually been the secret of hitting against low ball pitchers. Don't pull, go the other way. Unless you're Gonzalez and you go your way and you hit one into the back wall of the visitors' bullpen. I mean, he really unloaded. Every time he hits one like that, I think of his first home run. Remember when he came to the Dodgers? And it was one of those welcome to the ball club. Well, he now has 26 home runs, leading with 113 runs batted in. Eddie Butler delivers, sinker low, ball 1. Yasiel Puig 1 for 2, standing at first. Charlie Culberson, the second baseman, right on the rim, a deep second base, but he's not out in the outfield, not with a runner on base. The next pitch is low. 2 balls and no strikes to Adrian Gonzalez. What a year he's had. Adrian hitting .273, 26 home runs, 113 RBIs. Takes low and inside, ball 3, 3-0. Adrian with 161 base hits, including that home run tonight. Well, would they let him swing 3-0? Why not? If he likes the location, he might be swinging. 3-0 pitch, Adrian takes low and inside, ball 4. So 2 on, 2 out, and the batter will be Matt Kemp. Hit a 1-hopper hard at third, and you know it, threw him out. Now Scott Van Slyke is going to run for Adrian Gonzalez, and then he'll probably stay in the game and play first base.
Your attention, please, for the Dodgers. Pitch running for Gonzalez for 33. Scott Van Slyke.
So Van Slyke running for Adrian Gonzalez. Puig at second. Adrian stopping to talk before going back down in and getting 5 from the club. So Matt Kemp 0 for 1, grounded to third. That's a pretty good combination. You have 50 home runs with Kemp's 24 and Gonzalez 26 going back to back. 2 on, 2 out, 1-0 Dodgers, bottom of the third. Eddie Butler out of a stretch, and the right-handed deals. Slider in there for a strike, and the count 0-1. Yasiel Puig away from second base. Van Slyke running at first. Strike 1 pitch on the way. Butler said, here he comes. Fastball swung on and missed, and a sinking fastball. 0-2 the count. When you talk about Eddie Butler, one of the things they talk about is his changeup. His changeup, which sinks, is clocked at 88. I mean, that's an amazing changeup. No balls and 2 strikes. Of course, it has been clocked a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Drops one down and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Matt Kemp trying to advance Puig and Van Slyke. Butler had allowed only 1 home run until Adrian hit one tonight. The 1-2 pitch golfed at and missed. So Kemp going after those pitches down, and he's up there now with a 1 ball 2 strike count. Waiting on deck, Hanley Ramirez. Kemp appeared to have moved up in the box just a little bit. 1-2. Butler set, looks back, and comes off the rubber. You have to watch very carefully to see a batter change. Most hitters, it seems like they walk up and they step right into the holes provided for them by their predecessor. But it looked like Matt just inched up a couple of inches, maybe to get up on top of the slider and or the sinker. 1-2 pitch over the top, swung on, ground ball, backhanded at third by Ynoa, and he goes to the bag for the out. So Kemp loses an extra base hit. Rafael Ynoa, the former Dodger property, comes up with a dandy, and the Dodgers, no runs, 1 hit, 2 left, and at the end of 3, lead 1-0. Next episode of Connected With, we sit down with Dodger outfielder Carl Crawford, discuss bringing a World Series to the city. So don't miss Connected With Carl Crawford. That'll be tomorrow at 5 p.m. on Sportsnet LA. Scott Van Slyke ran for Adrian Gonzalez and stayed in the game to finish up at first. It's another exploration, getting ready for the wild things that happen in the postseason. Though Scotty will get a little more experience at first base. Meanwhile, Michael Kadire, first ball swinging, fouls it off. 0-1 to count. Kadire, wonderful all-around player. Batting champion, one of several over the years for the Rockies. 1 ball and 1 strike. Andres Galarraga did it. Larry Walker 3 times. Todd Helton, Matt Holliday, Carlos Gonzalez, and Michael Kadire have all been batting champions. Kadire drives one down the right field line in play as it bounces into the stands, and that'll be a ground rule double. So Kadire, who flied to right on a 3-0 pitch in the first inning, goes after one early in the count and doubles his 15th of the year. Kadire, a wonderful player and a veteran. Mike's 35 years old and yet won the championship last year. Here's Mike McHenry, the catcher, hit the ball very hard, but right at Yasiel Puig in the first inning. Willen Rosario certainly took his licks behind the plate last night. Foul balls in the mask and then one that got him on the left arm. So McHenry has a chance to play, and Willen, who is willing, will sit it out. No balls and 1 strike to count to Mike McHenry. 1-1. Dan Haren, total of 46 pitches. One and one the count. Young man who grew up in Todd Helton's hometown swings right through a pitch, and the count 1-2. McHenry is 5'10", but a very stocky 215 pounds. 29 years old. When he was 14, he was playing for a high-level youth baseball organization, the same place where Helton would work out. The next pitch to McHenry in at the hands. 2 balls and 2 strikes. In fact, at one time, Todd Helton made arrangements for all the kids that were playing for the Knoxville Thunder, and they had them come as his guests to Mile High Stadium and see the Rockies. And he took care of the whole thing, did Helton. Fastball is swung on and missed. So down goes McHenry, 1 away. That would be 3 strikeouts for Dan Haren.
Batting next, right fielder, number 16, Kyle Parker.
Good fastball, just got it right by him. And the batter, Kyle Parker, who struck out in the second inning. Kyle lives in St. John's, Florida. Right-hand batter. Ball 1. He's the boy we were talking about, multi-talented football player and baseball player. Chip off the old block, his dad a pro footballer. 1-0. Check swing, that's going to cost him. 1-1 to Kyle Parker. He will be 25 on Tuesday the 30th. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball 2. Parker, the former quarterback, and he has that leadership quality that all ball clubs love. Though he has the character, the leadership traits, no nonsense mentality. Trying to pick up Kadire at second base. It's 1-0 Dodgers in the 4th. 3-1. So perhaps Colorado looks at this young fella and figures Parker might be a little bit like Buster Posey. They hope. 3-1. 3-2. When they first scouted him and began to judge him, they thought he might be a first baseman. But of course, Mike Kadire plays first, so he's in the outfield. 3-2. And hit to center. Puig on his horse. It's over his head. He can't get it. It's going to bounce over the wall. The run is in on a long double by Kyle Parker. And just like that, we have a 1-1 tie. So Kyle Parker doubles in Michael Kadire. 1-1 to bring up Brandon Barnes. One big kangaroo hop right over the wall. Brandon Barnes playing left field popped up. So Kadire brings in the run. Parker taking the lead, and now Barnes trying to pick him up and give the Rockies a lead. And line foul down the line. 0-1. One run, 4 hits for the Rockies. 1 run, 3 hits for the Dodgers. Brandon Barnes from Orange went to Cypress Junior College. And he hits one in the air to right. It's playable. Kemp comes up to make the catch and then fires and airmails a one-hopper fielded by Justin Turner. So Kemp figured he might have to make a throw, and he backed up and then caught the ball on the dead run to add impetus. But all the while Parker was holding at second. So here's Charlie Culberson, the second baseman, playing for the banged up DJ Mayhew. LeMahieu hurt his knee last night. Two out, 4th inning, 1-1 tie. And ball 1 squirts away from AJ when the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 4th. Hanley Ramirez, Andre Ethier, and then Justin Turner. Culberson hitting just 194 coming in. He has 3 home runs, 23 runs batted in, and slaps it to right, up in the lights, and now Kemp was able to see it. Matt's first reaction putting that glove up was trying to find the ball. Then it came out of the lights and he made the play. 1 run and a couple of doubles, and at the end of 3 1/2, a 1-1 tie. On Sportsnet LA is brought to you by the all-new Chrysler 200, America's import, and by Jack in the Box. Try Jack's Spicy Chicken Club combo at Jack in the Box with fries and a drink while it lasts. Got a good ball game working on a beautiful night here in Los Angeles. A 1-1 tie. 1 run, 4 hits for the Rockies. 1 run, 3 hits for the Dodgers, but the Dodger run, 1 swing of the bat by Adrian Gonzalez. For the Rockies, a couple of doubles picked up their run. Hanley Ramirez grounded to short, 0 for 1, hitting .283, 13 home runs, 71 runs batted in. 0-1. Eddie Butler pitching a lot better than his major league debut in June. Mike McHenry out to talk to him for the moment. One ball and one strike. After high school, Eddie Butler accepted a baseball scholarship to Radford. The Rangers drafted him, but he decided to go and attend Radford. And that was a pretty good decision. One ball, one strike. Ball two. Because he held on, and as a first round pick, he picked up $1 million. So they're very high on him. He's 6'2", 180. Only 23 years old. Fastball on the hands, foul ball. Hanley goes down writhing in pain. Take another look, because you're really going to get it on an inside pitch. It looked like it hit him maybe on the knee. Let's take another look. What do you think? Don Mattingly comes out. This camera ought to be able to tell us. Yes, sir. Right on the left knee. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hanley, a little quick nod as if say, I'm all right. I'm hurting and I can barely walk, but I'm all right. Because remember last year, Hanley was having a magnificent September. I think he would like to stay in. Last year he was hit in the rib cage. Fastball from Joe Kelly of the Cardinals. Fractured the rib and finished him for the playoffs. Take another look. Trying to inside out the ball, and it went right off the left knee. Wow. Right there, he said. Right there. All right, 2 balls, 2 strikes. 3-2. Ramirez hitting .283, 13 home runs, 71 runs batted in. And that's ball 4. So in a 1-1 tie, Ramirez, hit by his own batted ball, goes to first, carrying a tiebreaker. Miguel Rojas will now run for him. So Ramirez coming out, Rojas takes over. So Hanley played 3.5 innings, fouled one off his left knee. I got the distinct feeling from his body language he really didn't want to come out. But he's out. Miguel running for him at first base, and here's Andre Ethier. And ball 1. Cardinal starting pitchers are getting ready. Michael Wacha certainly will be one of them. The great Adam Wainwright. Lance Lynn is pitching tonight. It's 2-2, bottom of the 6th inning. Rojas strayed far off first, but they were exchanging baseball, so time was out. Andre Ethier lined the ball hard, but right at Kyle Parker in right field. 1-1, bottom of the 4th. I bet if you said to Andre Ethier, when was the last time you played back-to-back games as a starter, he'd have to really stop and think. And it's usually the same 3 outfielders with a variance only of Scott Van Slyke in left field with left-handers gone. 2-1. Ethier, naturally, if he's not starting, would be the #1 left-hand hitter coming off the bench. The roster. Who will it be? 2 catchers? Sure. Starting 4 infielders? Sure. Then Justin Turner? Sure. That's 5. Miguel Rojas? Maybe. How about Darwin Barner? All right, supposing you get them all. So you have 2 catchers, 7 infielders. How many outfielders? Well, you get the starting 3. Then you have Van Slyke and Ethier. Okay. But then, and here's the jackpot, who are going to be in the bullpen? Line drive off the glove of Kadire. Michael picks it up and they get a force play. So Kadire makes a fine play, backhand shot that tore out of his mitt, and yet calmly went over and got his force. So Ethier rips it. And a fine play by Kadire to run it down, have the presence of mind to throw to second and get the out. So Justin Turner doubled to right field in the 2nd inning. Just in the red, hitting .336. Ball 1. 7 home runs, 43 runs batted in, and has played everywhere in the infield. First, second, short, and third. Best position certainly would be third base. 1 ball, no strikes. Slider goes that hard at 86. Remember, he threw a changeup at 88. Eddie Butler, another good-looking young player with Colorado. But how do you stay healthy? 2-0 pitch on the way. I was talking to Bill Guyvette of the Rockies last night, and he was saying injuries absolutely wrecked our team. Why? Because the players work so hard to be in shape. You see them stretching before the game. I remember the Dodgers used to travel with a Stairmaster. It looked like a 50-foot ladder. That's in for a strike. And I don't ever remember in the old days, never saw players come out and stretch, twist, and turn. The one thing they did do that the modern player doesn't do, they took infield every day. The outfielders threw to the bases. And yet, the modern player goes to tremendous. There goes the runner, and there's a line drive base hit. Holding on at second is Rojas. First and second and 1 out. Anyway, Bill Guyvette said, you know, I remember when I worked with the Dodgers. And he said, I was talking to Dr. Frank Jobe, the late and great surgeon who did the Tommy John surgery. And Dr. Jobe said to Bill Guyvette in the exchange, Guyvette said, we've just hired a strength coach. And immediately, Frank said, you're going to have a lot of injuries. The weightlifting and all the other things they do, Frank did not think that was good for the player at all. And I remember an old trainer a long time ago that the Dodgers had, Doc Wendler, and he used to say the ideal muscle for a baseball player is like a lady's muscle, very supple, soft, and long. So if you start lifting weights, working on the power machines, you're going to bulk up. Anyway, the mystery is, why do they go to such tremendous strengths to stay healthy and get injured? And we're not counting running into walls, as Yasiel might do. Ball one. A.J. Ellis hit the ball hard to third. Inoa, however, made the play. 2 on, 1 out, 1-1, bottom of the fourth. Over the top fastball, slice to right. Parker is there, and the runners are not going to run. So Ellis a fly ball, 2 down. Dan Haren coming up.
Pitcher number 14, Dan Haren.
Dan Haren, we talked about the fact he was and still is a pretty good hitter. He has 25 doubles in his career and a couple of home runs. Dan has also had 142 wins in his career. Foul back. Dan signed by the Cardinals, came up to the Cardinals in 2003. Appeared in 14 games, had 3 wins, 7 losses, and went back down to the minors. Came up the next year, 14 games, 3-3, and he wound up with the Athletics. That's off the plate, 1-1. Haren has had 2 very good years where he won 16. He's also won 14. And right now, he is 13-11 in a 1-1 tie. 2 balls and 1 strike to Dan Haren. 2 out, 4th inning, 1-1. Eddie Butler, 23 years old, out of Chesapeake, Virginia. High bounces, speared by Eddie. Flips it to first, and that's that. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. So at the end of 4, we have a 1-1 tie. It's Fan Appreciation Day with giveaway and prizes throughout the game, and that includes 2015 season tickets, a brand new 60-inch class LG Smart TV, United Airlines airfare vouchers, and so much more. For all information, visit Dodgers.com/Fan Appreciation Day today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Well, it is an official announcement, and we're delighted to read it. In a season of milestones for Clayton Kershaw, the pitcher will soon be adding another to the list: fatherhood. That's right. Clayton and his wife Ellen are expecting a daughter in January. The Los Angeles Times reported the news, and the Dodgers confirmed it. It'll be the first child for the high school sweethearts who've been married since 2010. A daughter on the way for Ellen and Clayton. God bless. Big slow curveball. Adames a strike, 0-1. Christian struck out in his one at bat. Eddie Butler on deck, and then Charlie Blackmon. One ball and two strikes, and make it 0-2. Totals are identical. 1 run, 4 hits, no errors. Still 0-2. Adames, then Butler and Blackmon if anybody gets on in Noah. Fouled away. Another oddity has surfaced this year. The brothers Upton made history today. For the first time since 1900, brother teammates both hit a home run and each had an outfield assist in the same game. That occurred while the Braves beat the Phillies 4-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Couple of doubles by Kadire and Parker accounted for Colorado's run. The Dodgers got theirs quickly. 1 swing of the bat by Adrian Gonzalez. Boy, did he hammer that thing way back into the visiting bullpen. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fastball popped up. Barney backing out, coming over as Rojas, but it's Barney. One out in the 5th inning, and Eddie Butler coming up. He grounded out to first in the 3rd inning. Adrian Gonzalez was still playing. And then he walked in the bottom of the 3rd and gave way to Van Slyke. Strike, 0-1. Dodgers at this stage, the infield of Van Slyke and Barney, Ramirez and Turner, Ethier, Puig and Kemp, Ellis behind the plate. I'm wondering about D. Gordon. Remember, we saw him grimace as he left first base, heading, or actually leaving home for first base. I'm not sure if anything happened to him. So Darwin Barney is out there. And another look at him as far as the postseason roster is concerned. Bad ball. Eddie chased it. Down he goes. Strikeout number 4 for Dan Herron. And with 2 out, Charlie Blackmon. Charlie grounded out and singled to center. 1 for 2. Charlie, born and raised in Dallas, but he went to school at Georgia Tech. 5-tool player. He can do it all. And with 19 home runs and 28 stolen bases, you have that wonderful combination of someone who runs well with power. Charlie Blackmon has been outstanding. Give you a couple of reasons. In April this year, he went 6 for 6 with a home run and 3 doubles. Ball 2. He was the first player since the Pittsburgh Pirates' Dick Groat in his most valuable player season to have 3 doubles among 6 hits in a game. First player in franchise history to do that. And he did it leading off. First time that happened since Ian Kinsler did it in 2009. So they know very well about Charlie Blackmon. A lot of ability, and promptly shows you again with a line drive. He hits the bag, keeps on going. Matt Kemp throws in, and he is in there. The Charlie Blackmon hits with power and runs like the wind. Matt Kemp thought he might have gotten him, but Blackmon never hesitated. He was thinking two right away. So Charlie whacks it into right field, and by the time he's finished, it will be his 26th double. So a 2-out double, and the batter now, Rafael Inoa. A.J. Ellis is looking into the dugout. No one throwing in the bullpen. Let's see what that's all about. Wallach is on the phone, and they're going to question the play at second base, but apparently not with any real heart. It was close, but no way to argue. So Blackmon doubles with 2 out. Inoa has single to right, grounded to first, so he's pulled Herron twice. 1-1. 5 hits for the Rockies, 4 hits for the Dodgers, and we're in the 5th inning. Christian Bergman tomorrow against Zach Greinke. Ball 1. Herron is probably pitching a little bit more than he thought about. He has now made 76 pitches. I don't think he planned on pitching more than 70. 1 ball and no strikes to Inoa. Jamie Wright gets up in the Dodger bullpen. You get the feeling this end of the season, every time somebody comes in a game, he's auditioning. Not for Broadway, for the St. Louis Cardinals. Change up in nicely. 1-1. Inoa, after 8 years in the Dodger farm system, finding his way, plus the injury to Nolan gave him an opportunity to show his wares, and as a line drive base hit, Puig charges. The throw to the plate, cut off by Ellis. The throw down to second takes care of Inoa, but the run is in, and it is 2-1 Colorado. A.J. Ellis out in front of the plate, knew they couldn't get him, even though it was an airmail throw by Puig. So A.J. got the job done, and at the end of 4.5, 2-1 Colorado. Before we do, let's take a little bit of a look at what's ahead Well, tomorrow is the final game of the regular season. It'll be Bergman and Greinke, the Dodgers and the Rockies. And then we're still waiting, but we know Friday game 1 is going to be here, either with the Cardinals or the Pirates. Now the Pirates lost today. Cardinals can finish it up should they win, but the Cardinals are tied up 2-2 in the bottom of the 7th inning in Arizona. And the ball just hit in Arizona is a home run, and Arizona has now taken a lead. It's a 3-run home run to make it 5-2 in favor of Arizona. Mark Trumbo hit the home run. So boy, that scrambles everybody's eggs again, and the Pirates still have an outside shot. 2-1 to count to Darwin Barney. For Trumbo, we now understand that's his 2nd home run of the night. So Arizona didn't have very much to cheer about this year. That's a base hit up the middle. So Barney singles as the Dodgers try to come back and at least tie it up.
Center field with number 66, Yasiel Puig.
The report, the camera caught the grimace, the pain that D. Gordon felt when he broke from home plate. And we get the report now, an irritation of his right hip. They have taken him out as a precaution, and that's all we know. Gordon with a sore hip. Hanley Ramirez has a sore knee. He fouled the ball off the knee. Fortunately for the Dodgers, they don't have to play again. They can skip tomorrow, the wounded can, and they won't be playing until Friday. 0-1 to Yasiel Puig. Dan Herron, as we mentioned, made a few more pitches, I think, than he planned to make. He made 78. And he goes out losing 2-1. If indeed he's out, and we'll have to wait and see about that. 0-1 to Puig. On the hands with a good fastball at 93. 0-2 the count. So Mark Trumbo hits 2 home runs. The second one with 2 men aboard. 5-2 in favor of Arizona. Pirates lost. Interesting too, the Cardinal pitcher, who is known for his sinker ball, a great ground ball pitcher, Seth Maness, and he surrendered that 3-run home run to Trumbo. 1-2. Yasiel grounded out, single to right. I'm sure he'd love to finish up hitting 300. He's close. 298. Down in the bullpen, Jamie Wright looks like he's getting ready for business. So watching him and now seeing Herron put on the windbreaker, Dan's done. Ground ball to the hole, plugging it up easily. Yanoa makes a good play to get the force. So Rafael Yanoa makes a good play to erase Barney.
First baseman number 33, Scott Van Slyke.
Take another look. Off balance, fires just in time. So Barney is erased. Scott Van Slyke will be coming up now. Be his first at bat. Gonzalez homered and walked. Scotty with 11 home runs, 28 runs batted in. Played left field and first base. Fastball in there. Van Slyke relieved Gonzalez last night and had a base hit to left in that wild 6th inning and drove in a run. No balls, 1 strike. Fastball away. Eddie Butler now making 74 pitches, 40 of them strikes. 2 balls and 1 strike. Butler, as we mentioned earlier, is coming off a good game. He allowed just 1 run in 6 innings against Arizona. He also had 2 ground ball double plays. 2-1. Yasiel Puig has stolen 10 this year and been caught 7 times. Carrying the mail, he's the tying run. 2 runs, 6 hits for Colorado. 1 run, 5 hits for the Dodgers. 2-1, 1 out, sinker ball pitcher. You have to be thinking about hit and run. Puig will tell us he's going. Hit and run miss, and a throw into center field. So Puig is up on his way, and he's into third. So Mike McHenry airmails one into center field on a busted hit and run play. Puig steals second, and more importantly, goes to third on the poor throw. So an error charge to Mike McHenry, and the Dodgers now have the tying run at third with 1 out. The infield has to come up. Van Slyke still trying to pick him up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Butler set, and the right-handed deals. Missed inside under the hands. Throwing hard, 94. Waiting on deck, Matt Kemp. And ground ball into right field. Well, that's the key against sinker ballers. They've been doing it ever since the first sinker baller ever came up to baseball. Go the other way. So the base hit by Van Slyke scores Puig to tie up the game 2-2. Sinker, and he just went down and got it. Went the other way, punched it into right field. Nice bit of hitting by Scott Van Slyke. So it took 2 hits, a stolen base, and a throwing error. Puig scores, and we're 2-2 here in the 5th. Matt Kemp, still 1 out. Kemp grounded hard to third and hit into a force play at third. In the dirt. Nice block by McHenry. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, Yasiel has singled, got as far as third, and then in the 5th inning, force play, stolen base, third on the overthrow, coming home on the base hit. So for Dan Herron, if this would be his last inning, he can't lose, and the Dodgers might even get him a win. Two 2-0. Matt hitting .283, 24 home runs. Two and 1. 86 RBIs to go along with the home runs. So Butler has given up 2 hits, and the Dodgers have tied it up. Two and 1. 2-2. When it was 2-1 with Van Slyke, the Dodgers ran Puig. 2-1 with Kemp. They do not run Van Slyke. There he goes. On ball 3, and a high throw, not nearly in time. So the Dodgers with 2 stolen bases in the inning for Mike McHenry. He has not really gotten off a good throw in the 2 chances here in the 5th. One was into center field. That was very high. So Van Slyke steals his 3rd base. He's been caught twice. And now Kemp trying to pick him up. 3-2. Ground ball inside the bag and down the line. In comes Van Slyke, and Matt Kemp steams into second with a double, and the Dodgers lead 3-2. Matt's 38th double. 38 doubles, 3 triples, 24 home runs, and now 87 runs batted in as it went right over the bag. So Kemp with 87 RBIs, and now let's see. Jim Wright, the pitching coach, going out. Miguel Rojas will be the batter. They're moving around in the Colorado pen. Juan Nicasio, the right-hander, begins to warm up. But Dan Herron now, he's coming out, and he has a chance to wind up 14-11. Miguel Rojas ran for Hanley Ramirez after Hanley walked in the 4th inning. Rojas struggling with the bat, hitting just 184. And ball 1. Certainly there are 3 young players, and you don't believe there'd be room for all of them for the playoffs. Miguel Rojas, Darwin Barney, and then Arizabel Arubarena. (3-2) Dodgers, bottom of the 5th. And a fly ball to left on. Back on it is Barnes. It's backhanded by Brandon. And back to second base goes Matt Kemp. Nice play by Brandon Barnes in left field. The Rojas, a long fly ball. Barnes catching up to it by reaching up and spearing it on a backhand beauty. So that saved a run for sure. And now the batter, Andre Ethier. Ethier hit the ball hard twice, but he is 0 for 2. Lined out, grounded out. Kemp at second with 2 out. 3-2 Dodgers, 5th inning. And a drive down the right field line in there. So Kemp will score into second base, and stopping is Andre Ethier, and it's 4-2 Dodgers. So the Dodgers now 4 runs and 8 hits against Eddie Butler, and the batter will be Justin Turner. Four runs, 8 hits, no errors. So Andre Ethier rips one into the corner. For Andre, his 17th double, 42 RBIs. He also has 6 triples. So Matt Kemp brings it home. Last night, the Dodgers had the big inning, as you see Juan Nicasio. Dodgers last night 6 runs in the 6th. Dan Herron
feeling happy about things, might pick up a 14th win. Dan, remember, the last 9 starts, he's been terrific. And in the dirt, ball 1. For Dan Herron, his last 9 starts, that goes back to the 6th of August. He's 5-2 and an earned run average of 2.3. Kershaw, Greinke, Ryu, and Herron. Dodgers would certainly feel very happy about things if Ryu can be indeed the number 3 pitchers. And we'll find out a lot more about Ryu when he takes a full bullpen tomorrow. So far, the Dodgers beginning to become optimistic about whether Ryu would be ready. So Turner gets the intentional walk. A.J. Ellis will be coming up. Last night, the ball game got away in the 6th inning when the Dodgers scored 6 times. There wasn't much Walt Weiss could do about it. Not much he can do about it now unless he comes up to bring in Nicasio. And that's what he's going to do because Gene Wright, the big pitching coach, has already been out there. So for Butler, he was moving along pretty well through 4 innings. He allowed just 1 run, few hits. But he'll give way to right-hander Juan Nicasio, and we'll be right back. LA is driven by your Southern California Mazda dealer. Dodgers holding on now to a 4-2 lead for Eddie Butler. He makes 91 pitches. He lasts 4 2/3 innings and goes out losing. And of course, the Dodgers have runners in first and second. That would be charged to Butler. Juan Nicasio normally is a starting pitcher. He has a record of 6-6. Last year with the Rockies, he was 9-9. So Nicasio, who in his career is absolutely brilliant the first month of the year. In his career, he has 7 victories and no losses in April. After that, it doesn't get so well. So A.J. Ellis will be coming up against Nicasio, who was signed as a free agent by the Rockies in 2006. He's from Arenosa in the Dominican Republic. His father, famed coffee and rice, tended to cows. That's how he grew up. Ellis, 3 home runs, 24 runs batted in. Nicasio, 6'3", 210. 28 years old, been with the Rockies up and down, and finally made it in 2011. Fastball, slider, changeup. Fastball, and at 95. Oh and 1. Nicasio working, among other things, on his changeup. Another fastball at 95. So you can imagine when you can hit 95 back to back and you can still come back with a change and a slider, you'd be more than a 500 pitcher. 3 years ago, he required surgery. He was hit on the right side of the head by a line drive, and Nicasio suffered a broken neck. Fastball fouled away. Nicasio was pitching against the Washington Nationals, and the batter was Ian Desmond, and Desmond hit a bullet, and it hit Nicasio in the head. He went down on the ground and stayed there for several minutes before being taken off the field. The only thing he remembered, he said, was, "I saw the ball, I tried to catch it, and I was really trying to protect myself, and it didn't work." Fastball at 94. All the others 95. So AJ fighting them off. 2 out, 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Dodgers have Ethier at second, Turner at first. 4 runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers, 2 runs, 6 hits for the Rockies. One and 2. In the dirt. After the surgery, Nicasio had to wear a neck brace, and then eventually came to spring training in 2012 and went right back on the mound. And they asked him, "Are you afraid?" "No," he said, "no problem. I feel the same as before. I'm not scared. Thank you, God." And then the last thing he said was, "The next one, I want to catch." You understand that. Deuces wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. Dodgers lead 4-2. Fastball again. So he's just gone after Ellis, and that's as hard as he's thrown. The last one 96 miles an hour. So after all those 95s and a 96, as Eddie Butler looks on, hoping keep the runs down and give his club a chance to catch back up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Long look into McHenry. And another fastball hit to the hole by the diving Culberson. Ethier will score. However, it's cut off by Kadaya. He throws over to third, and that will tag out Turner, and that's the end of the inning. However, the run did count. So A.J. Ellis gets an RBI, and for Dan Haren, turns out to be a nice night. He leaves leading 5-2.
went 6 scoreless innings against the Colorado Rockies. That wound up giving him an earned run average of 1.8, and it meant he had the best in the majors for the 3rd consecutive year. One other thing about Clayton Kershaw, one of so many, if you look at his earned run average this year, it's even better than that, 1.7. So it's very conceivable now he will win the ERA title 4 consecutive years, as well as a Cy Young, and for that matter, in good measure, maybe even the most valuable player. Wow. Let's go back to this one.
Dodgers take a 4-2 lead into the 6th inning, and Jamie Wright, among others, coming into the game. Alex Guerrero is now in left field. Andre Ethier has moved to center field. Plate umpire getting a list of changes also for the Rockies. Jock Peterson is now in right field. So the Dodger outfield now, Guerrero, Ethier, and Peterson. Arrubarena is now at short. Miguel Rojas is now at third. Strike. And the new pitcher, Jamie Wright. Mike Kadire flied to right, doubled to right, scored a run. Fooled on that, didn't have much of a swing. 0-2 the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Ground ball back at third. Rojas, strong throw. Well, Kadire taps to third. 1 away.
Additionally for the Dodgers, these changes. Now catching number 26, Tim Federowicz.
Tim Federowicz has now taken over behind the plate. So the only starter still in the game is Andre Ethier. So the Dodgers are field right now. Van Slyke, Barney, Arrubarena, and Rojas, with Federowicz behind the plate. Line drive, base hit to right field by McHenry, the catcher. So he's 1 for 3. The Dodgers, just about nobody home. They have changed. The starting team is all gone back to the clubhouse. Yeah, you don't see that all year until right about now. Day game tomorrow. Why not? Kyle Parker struck out and doubled. A one hopper that bounced over the center field wall back in the 4th inning. Foul ball, 0-1. You might be keeping score, so we'll try to fill in the gaps. Alex Guerrero is batting in Yasiel Puig's spot. Federowicz is batting 8th in Ella's spot. Jamie Wright oh, wait a minute. They have Jamie Wright hitting 8th. Okay, we'll start over again. Breaking ball, a hopper under the glove of Arrubarena. Rounding second, on his way to third. The throw will go back into second. So all of a sudden, McHenry and now Parker come up with base hits, and the Rockies try to come back down 4-2. Runners at first and third. Arrubarena trying to get there and backhanded. The ball didn't come up. Went under the glove and out into the outfield. So Parker is 2 for 3. And Jamie Wright now facing Brandon Barnes. Barnes popped up, fly to right, 0 for 2. Foul ball for Jamie Wright, the veteran who has been used so much. He's been in 61 games, and for all we know, this is an audition for Jamie. He's 5-4, an earned run average of 4.3. It is fitting indeed for the only team with its own bubble machine has a lot of players who are on the bubble. And we won't really know, I don't think, the Dodger roster officially until maybe Friday morning. 5-2 Dodgers. We're in the 6th. Little foul ball. If you have a minute, Guerrero bats second. Fedorovich will bat fourth. Arrubarena will bat seventh. Jamie Wright bats eighth. Jock Peterson bats ninth. No balls, 2 strikes. Bad ball, chased and missed. Down he goes. So Barnes goes 0 for 3. 2 out here in the 6th inning. Charlie Culberson has popped up, fly to right, 0 for 2.
Second baseman, number 23, Charlie Culberson.
Five runs, 9 hits for the Dodgers, 2 runs, 8 hits for Colorado. Dodgers over the last 7 series plus last night are 18-5. Line drive, base hit to center. That drives in McHenry. Stopping at second is Parker, and it makes it 5-3. The Culberson. Solid single and a run batted in.
Shortstop, number 10, Christian.
Everyone who goes out on the field backing up the regulars will be questionable until we get the official roster. Rick Honeycutt talking to the pen. By the way, Arizona held on thanks to Mark Trumbo, who drove in 4 of the 5 runs. And Arizona beat the Cardinals 5-2 after Pittsburgh had lost earlier. Had the Cardinals won tonight, they will have clinched. However, now tomorrow it's going to be Adam Wainwright against Josh Colmenter in Arizona and Garrett Cole against Johnny Cueto in Cincinnati. So tomorrow we're going to really be playing scoreboard. 0-1 the count. And missed at the plate. The tag missed. Tag out, and that'll do it. So Adames didn't go quietly, but he winds up striking out. 1 run, 3 hits, 2 left. And at the end of 5.5, 5-3 Dodgers. With MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. You'll enjoy live look-ins, replay reviews, scores, live radio broadcasts, and the MLB.TV game of the day, and more. So get at bat for your smartphone or tablet on the App Store or visit MLB.com. Bottom of the 6th inning. Jock Peterson will start it off. Peterson followed by Darwin Barney. And Nicasio misses for ball 1. Young Jock, do you think he'd find his way onto the roster? Well, you look at the starting 3 outfielders. Then you add Ethier and Scott Van Slyke. So that makes the odds certainly against him. Hitting .130. He's had 23 at-bats, and he struck out 10 times. 1-2 the count. Two and two. Fastball, a base hit into right center. So Peterson just does got it under the glove of Charlie Culberson and threw for a hit. For Peterson, that would be his 4th hit. So Jock at first, nobody out. We have the veteran Mike Kadire holding the corner and the young outfielder Jock Peterson. And here's Darwin Barney, single to center. 1 for 2. Fly to center. Hitting just under 240. Peterson, remember, in AAA, had 30 home runs, but he also had 30 stolen bases. One ball and no strikes. It's been Butler followed by Nicasio. And ball 2. Coming into last night's game, the Dodgers had hit 30 home runs in the month of September, and they did not have a home run last night. However, Adrian Gonzalez hit one tonight, so they've had 31 home runs so far this month. 2-0 to Darwin Barney. And working those fastballs high, 3-0. Alex Guerrero on deck. 5 runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers, 3 runs, 9 hits for the Rockies. That's down the pipe, 3-1. And ball 4. So now the Dodgers with something brewing. First and second, nobody out, and Guerrero followed by Van Slyke. By the way, Duke Snider feat was matched tonight 51 years later. For only the second time in New York Mets history, they got a walk-off home run when trailing and being shut out at the same time. Lucas Duda hit a 2-run home run to beat Houston 2-1 in New York. In 1963, the only other time, Duke Snider, at the end of his career playing for the Mets at the old Polo Grounds, hit a 3-run home run and beat St. Louis. For the Duke, it was home run number 399. Yep. Edwin the Duke, number 4. So here's Guerrero hitting about $1.25, and ball 1. Guerrero's only had 8 at bats. Two on, nobody out. Scott Van Slyke on deck. A little ground ball to the right side. The shovel for 1. A high throw, and they missed the double play. I guess we've been sounding like a broken record of late. But every time a team loses a tough ball game, so many of those times it's because they missed the double play.
First baseman number 33, Scott Van Slyke.
So for the Rockies, the high throw by Adames, making Kadire come off the bag, and the Dodgers have only 1 out instead of 2. The runners at first and third, and the batter is Scott Van Slyke. Fastball, but he missed. Van Slyke took over after Adrian Gonzalez had homered and walked, and Scotty singled to right field in the 5th inning. So he knocked in a run, and then he stole second and came home on the double by Matt Kemp. Foul ball, 1-1. So the Dodgers trying to capitalize on that missed double play. 5-3. The Rockies, being where they are in Denver, allow a lot of base hits, a lot of runners, so they have a lot of double plays. They've turned 121. Fastball. Check and see. I don't think that hit the bat. Usually you'll get a little sign from the plate umpire. Field and Culbreth did not indicate that it hit the bat. Now he's correcting the scoreboard, so yeah. Yep, it just did hit the bat. So it's 1-2 the count. And down he goes. So Van Slyke strikes out. 2 out in the 6th inning. Now the inning should be over because they missed that double play. It's extended. So for Walt Weiss, who is a shortstop and a very good one, it's got to irritate him a little bit. And here's Tim Federowicz. Matt Kemp, while he played, was 1 for 3 with a double, a run batted in, and a run scored. So Federowicz gets a chance to show his wares. Tim hitting 116. He has a home run, 5 runs batted in. He was with the club and then cut, went back to Albuquerque and came back up September 1. Strike, off speed pitch. So Nicasio pulling the string after throwing so many hard fastballs. 0-1. Juan, good size for a major league pitcher. They like him big, and he's 6'3". Squirted off the end of the bat. Well, that was a pool hole shot. There was a lot of English on that. So FedEx hits back to the box, and the Rockies get away with the missed double play. And at the end, it's 6. 5-3 Dodgers. Get Thursday at 8 p.m. Join us for a thrilling episode of Backstage Dodgers. Our cameras capture the celebration that comes with being National League Western champion. We live the excitement in the new episode of Backstage Dodgers. That'll be Thursday at 8 right here on Sportsnet LA. Matt McBride is going to come up and bat for Nicasio. McBride appeared as a pinch hitter last night and flied to left. So Jamie Wright, who gave up 3 hits and a run in the 6th inning, will now face McBride, opening up batters here in the 7th. McBride hitting .250. Foul ball, no balls, and 1 strike. Dodgers got a run in the 1st. The Rockies came back in the 4th and scored a run in the 4th, a run in the 5th, a run in the 6th. Dodgers, as they did last night, had a big inning last night, 6. Tonight, 4 in the 5th inning. And look for a strike. 0-2 to count to Matt. For the Dodgers, Jamie Herron went 5. Dan has a chance. Jamie picking up for him. And ball 1. McBride is from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. 6'2", 215, 29 years old. He came from Cleveland in the deal that sent Ubaldo Jimenez to Cleveland. 1-2. Lifting a fly ball down the right field line. A trio of Dodgers, Peterson, and foul ground. So that will do it for McBride as he fouls out to the young right fielder.
Center fielder number 19, Charlie Blackmon.
Now with Don Mattingly going to the mound, he's going to call in Scott Elbert, and Jamie Wright will come out. So left-hand hitting Charlie Blackmon will face Scott Elbert, who was the winning pitcher last night, and we'll be right back. In 2012 with the Dodgers, before he had all of his problems with his arm, picked up a victory making only 2 pitches in the inning. Last night he came in, the Dodgers scored 6 times while he was the pitcher of record, so he picked up his first victory in 2 years, and last night he made only 8 pitches. So we'll see what he does tonight. And facing a tough hitter, Charlie Blackmon grounded out, single to center, and double to right. And ball 1. Charlie Blackmon, good, solid, all-around player. He has 27 infield hits. Then he had one last night. 1 ball, 1 strike. But he also has 19 home runs, so ideally he can run, and he still has sock. Brandon Lee down in the pen, and Wright giving way. So it's been Herron for 5, Wright for an inning and a third, and now Elbert. That's in there. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now 2. Dodgers scored in the first and scored 4 in the 5th. The Rockies consecutive innings in the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Two balls and 2 strikes. Brooks Brown is loosening up in the Colorado bullpen. There he is. 2-2. Back, so Blackmon's still there. On deck, Rafael Inoa and then Mike Kadire. Noah is 2 for 3 tonight, playing third base. Two and two to Charlie Blackmon. Fastball pulled, fair ball. Up with it, Van Slyke. So one Beard beats out the other. The Smith brothers in action, coming live off a cough drop box. 2 down. Noah 2 for 3. Not playing very much, but when Arenado went down, Noah's getting a look, and he's making it pay off. Only played 18 games, but hitting .361. Shows bunt, ball 1. You root for a guy like Noah, knowing that he spent more than 8 years in the minor leagues for this break. Y-O-Y-N-O-A, Rafael Ynoa. Dan Herron went 5, gave up 2 runs. Jamie Wright gave up 1. Elbert now trying to get the last out here in the 7th. Three and 0. On deck, Mike Kadire. Last year's batting champ. Kadire tonight 1 for 3. And ball 4. So Noah gets the walk for the Dodgers tonight. First time they've given up a walk, and it was Scott Elbert. Here comes Kadire. And here comes Don Mattingly. And we'll see Brandon League is already heading for the gate. So the Dodgers had a look at Elbert last night. Another look tonight. Here comes Brandon League, and we'll be right back. Dyer, the right-hand batter, will be coming up. Brandon League made 10 pitches last night, came in the 7th inning, and went after Kadire, who probably had a base hit. So Kadire representing the tying run. 5-3 Dodgers, 2 out, 7th inning, and ball 1. Kadire was allowed to swing 3-0 and fly to right in the first inning, double to right, and last time up grounded to third. On deck, Michael McHenry, the catcher. Fastball, slow roller. Rojas off balance throw in the dirt. Nice pick at the other end by Scott Van Slyke. So Van Slyke makes a good play for the last out, and we're heading to the bottom of the seventh. 5-3. Dodger Stadium. It's 5-3 Dodgers. Bottom of the seventh inning. Nice crowd on hand. We do not have the paid attendance yet. By the way, one of the top sports writers in the country, Ken Gurnick, did a little exploration after Dee Gordon left the game. And he left with an irritated right hip. And Kenny Gurnick did his own research and remembered that Gordon left the game against Colorado in Colorado June 7th with the same irritation. He had a busy day the day before, and after the irritation, Gordon was out for 3 days and then came back. And Gordon told Kenny back then that he's had occasional hip problems his entire career. So Dee Gordon tapped one, and you could see he was hurting as soon as he left home plate. So now we know it's something he has lived with, and he is fortunate that this is Saturday and he won't have to play until Friday. 0-2 the count to Miguel Rojas. Came in to finish up at short and now has moved over to be a third. Ben Paulson, who homered last night, has taken over at first base. And a little roller, tough play at short. Here comes Adames, throws on the run and got him. So one away as Brooks Brown gets his first man. And the batter now will be Andre Ethier, lined out to right, hit into a force play and double to right. It's been Butler, Nicasio, and now Brown. Andre Ethier lined out to right, hit into a force play and double to right. So Ethier, for the first time in quite a while, starting in back-to-back games. Fastball misses. Brown is big enough to pitch in the big leagues. 6'3", 205-pounder out of Statesboro, Georgia, and lives in Columbus, Georgia. 29-year-old right-hander. Off-speed pitch, and Ethier way out in front of it. When Brown was a senior in high school, in 81 innings, he struck out 162, averaging 2 strikes an inning. He was also the quarterback of the football team for 4 years. Then Brooks went on to attend the University of Georgia and appeared in the College World Series back in 2006. 1-2 the count to Andre Ethier. Brooks Brown originally selected by Arizona. So Andre up there, 1 ball, 2 strikes. The paid attendance tonight, we'll drop it in after this pitch. Well, okay, 46,631. 46,631. 2-2. The Dodgers with the 46. That gets him to 3,000,007. Two balls, 2 strikes. And real downer. And Ethier pays the price chasing it. So we have 2 out in the 7th inning. And the batter will be Arrubarena, finishing up for Justin Turner.
Shortstop number 11, Arisbel Arruabarrena.
Arruabarrena hitting 200. He has 1 extra base hit, a double, but he's only had 35 at bats. 5-3 Dodgers, bottom of the 7th. The big news today, the Pirates lost. The Cardinals could have clinched tonight, and they lost to Arizona. So they will send Adam Wainwright to the mound tomorrow to try and clinch it after using Lance Lynn tonight. Roger Bernardina comes out on deck. He'd bat for Brandon League. Arisbel Arruabarrena. Two balls and 1 strike. In the Dodger bullpen, Yimi Garcia warming up. Dodgers have used Herron, Wright, Elbert, and League. Herron with a chance to pick up his 14th win. Butler, Nicasio, and Brown for Colorado. And ball 3. Three and 2. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, right in the same neighborhood for Nicasio. When the Rockies come up in the 8th inning, they'll have their catcher McHenry, then Kyle Parker and Brandon Barnes, unless Walt Weiss goes to the bench. Hopper at third. Hello. In time at first. So Inoa makes a good play to take a hit away from Arruabarrena. Dodgers go in order, and at the end of 7, lead the Rockies 5-3. 5-3 at bottom of the seventh ended with a dazzling play by Rafael Anoa, taking a base hit away from Arrubarena. Backhanding, sits down, turns around, gets up, guns it low, and Ben Paulson at the other end makes a backhanded pick, and they get the out. Now, Yimi Garcia, YIMI, coming in. Garcia, another one of the young strong arms that the Dodgers have. Garcia has been in 6 games. That's a great ERA, 1.1. So it's been Herron, Wright, Elbert, Lee, and now Garcia. McHenry lined out to center, struck out, single to right, scored a run, and also charged with a throwing error tonight, giving Willen Rosario a chance to rest. Strike, 0-1. Garcia started him with a slider. He has fastball, slider, and a changeup. Yimi is from the Dominican Republic. Another slider, or at least it had late movement. Maybe that was just a good live fastball. 0-2 the count. His fastball's been clocked at 95. So that's probably what that was. Yimi is 6'1", 175. Just turned 24. Another slider. Still 0-2. McHenry followed by Parker and Barnes. 5 runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. 3 runs, 9 hits for Colorado. Still 0-2. Final game tomorrow, Bergman and Greinke. And as we've said, tomorrow a big day for both the Pirates and the Cardinals. So big, the Cardinals will send their ace, Adam Wainwright, against Josh Colmenter of Arizona. Both the Cardinals and the Pirates lost today. And a drive to left all the way, if it's fair, right down the line and gone. So McHenry hits it out, and all of a sudden it's a 1-run game, 5-4 for McHenry, his 8th home run, 22 runs batted in. So Michael McHenry hits it out, and it's now a 1-run game. Take another look. Didn't have much. It looked like there was a breaking ball without much on it. And McHenry hits it out, and the fans throw it back. Big sigh after giving up that home run. McHenry obviously delighted down there. Here's Parker, struck out, doubled, and singled, and ball 1. Dodgers are kind of up and moving around in the bullpen, but there's no one throwing yet. Slider for sure. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rockies scored a run in the 4th, in the 5th, and in the 6th, and now here in the 8th. Dodgers scored in the 1st, and then 4 in the 5th. Fastball, 1-2. Brandon Barnes waiting on deck. Garcia, the 5th Dodger pitcher. Fastball got him looking. So after all the sliders, he's caught looking at the fastball, and we have 1 out. And the batter now, Brandon Barnes, who has popped up, flied to right, and struck out. Barnes 0 for 3. Eight home runs, 27 runs batted in. The home run by McHenry was the 184th home run hit by the Rockies. Dodgers have hit 131. On 1 to Brandon. Charlie Culberson out on deck is 1 for 3. Paco Rodriguez gets up and begins to throw in the Dodger bullpen. Meanwhile, Barnes with a no ball 2-strike count. Paco not quite ready to throw, but very soon. Oh and 2. Fastball. So after giving up a home run to McHenry, Garcia comes right back, strikes out Parker, strikes out Barnes. And with 2 out, Charlie Culberson.
Second baseman, number 23, Charlie Culberson.
It is no surprise to see Garcia striking out people. He was a strikeout pitcher in the minors. He had 4 strikeouts coming in, and now has 6 in limited service. Breaking ball, fly ball to left, it's going to drop. So Charlie Culberson singles to left. The shortstop Adames due up.
Shortstop number 10,
And here he comes. Christian Adames is the only one. Well, Barnes, who just struck out 0 for 4. So he and Adames are without a hit. And the Rockies have 11. Shortstop struck out twice, popped up. It's a long way from Troy Tulowitzki, isn't it? All Tulowitzki was doing before he got hurt, he was hitting .340. He had 21 home runs, 18 doubles, and a triple. And then, of course, they're also without Carlos Gonzalez, who had 11 home runs and 38 runs batted in. Tonight they're without Corey Dickerson. He went home. His wife ready to deliver their first child. 1 ball and no strikes. That evens it up, 1-1. Adames checking with Stu Cole. Over at first, the proud possessor of 465 stolen bases in his career, and that would be Eric Young. 1-1. Ground ball, waiting is Barney, and that'll be that. So despite the home run by McHenry, not a bad inning, couple of strikeouts, and we're heading for the bottom of the 8th inning. 5-4 Dodgers. Dodger season tickets are currently unavailable, but you can now sign up for the 2015 season ticket waitlist. Waitlist members will be contacted by a Dodger season ticket rep on a first-come, first-served basis. So for more information, visit Dodgers.com/season tickets or call 323-DODGERS today. Don't you worry, son. Mom will call for you. What a delight to have that towhead here. A face in the crowd of 46,631. Roger Bernardina is going to come up and bat, and that little one put on a little show. And then there's a boy doing the dance. Oh, yeah, it's nothing like having the kids here. One more time tomorrow. Hope you'll be out here on Fan Appreciation Day. So Roger Bernardina, the speedster, doesn't play much, hitting 143. And Christian Friedrich on the mound. High pop fly, slanting across as a dunce, and the shortstop makes the catch. So Bernardina wasn't up there very long. One pitch and one out. Christian Friedrich is from Evanston, Illinois. 27 years old, and another big fella. He's 6'4" and a good 215. Jock Peterson checking in. He singled 1 for 1 tonight. And a strike. Oh, and 2. Friedrich attended Loyola Academy High in Illinois. Set a school record, striking out 18 batters in a 7-inning game. And another strikeout for him. So down goes Peterson, and with 2 out in the 8th, Darwin Barney will be coming up. And now let's see, Walt Weiss is on his way out, so he allowed the left-hander to face Peterson. He has LaTroy Hawkins, the big veteran who appeared last night, and the Hawk apparently will be brought in. They haven't opened the gate. We don't see him coming in, but we do see the young left-hander going out, and we'll be right back. and the amazing LaTroy Hawkins comes in. LaTroy 6'5", 220. He is 42 years old come December, and he's been playing and pitching professionally for 23 years. He was originally signed 7th round by the Minnesota Twins. He's out of one tough town, Gary, Indiana, and he lived probably in the toughest part of that town. They called him Satch for a lot of reason, but he summed it up best. He had a big photo of the great Satchel Paige in his locker, and he said he's tall, he's black, he's a skinny pitcher, he has big feet just like me. Well, the good-natured Hawkins delivers a strike to Darwin Barney, 0-1. The big moment for LaTroy Hawkins, this game you are looking at right now, it is his 1,000th career appearance in the big leagues. 1,000. He 1 in a million. First came up to the big leagues in 1995. That's a strike. And can still break 90. That was 92. One ball and 2 strikes. Foul back. That neighborhood from which he comes, a brutal area in Gary, Indiana, and he lived in the worst part of it. Michael Jackson and family came from there. Tellis Frank of the Minnesota Timberwolves, basketball star Glenn Robinson. They really want to get together and try and help the kids in that neighborhood. His brother Ronald is in a federal prison. Fouled on. Darwin Barney finishing up at second base. D. Gordon, irritated right hip. Two balls, 2 strikes. Fastball and a high fly ball to right center. It's playable. In fact, coming over is Kyle Parker. So the Dodgers go out in order. That means the last 8 went down, and the LaTroy Hawkins, easy. And at the end of it, Inning, 5-4 Dodgers before 46,631. And we certainly hope, if you possibly can, be out here tomorrow afternoon, the final game of the regular season. It'll be Fan Appreciation Day, and the Dodgers certainly appreciating the allegiance of their fans, not just this year, but every year. Paco Rodriguez appeared briefly last night, came in the 7th inning. There was an error and a base hit, and they lifted him. So we'll see how he does now. Dodgers, of course, would like to have more than one left-hander in the bullpen. So we'll see. Down in the pen, Brian Wilson waiting for a call. Interesting, when LaTroy Hawkins retired the out, and that was the end of the inning, when LaTroy walked off the field, he got a round of applause from all of his teammates and big hugs from so many of them. It's interesting, his first game was as a starting pitcher for Minnesota at home against Cal Ripken and the Orioles, April the 29th, 1995. The center fielder for Baltimore that day was Andy Van Slyke. A rather historic moment tonight. LaTroy Hawkins, 1,000 games, and look out, a drive to right down the line. It is a fair ball. So Paco Rodriguez makes one pitch, and the game is tied. Dan Herron loses a possible 14th win, and a lesson to be learned. Well, there wasn't much about that. That thing just went out in a hurry. Paulson homered last night, you may remember, batting for Morneau, and with that big long swing, Ben just hit it out. For Paulson, that was his 4th home run and his 10th run batted in. Not bad, huh? You have a couple of at-bats and you have 2 home runs, and this one tied it up 5-5. Charlie Blackmon takes his strike. Again, it's not so much the outcome. Everyone who goes to the mound, everyone who plays, is auditioning. And a hopper to Darwin Barney.
Third baseman, number 43, Rafael Inoa.
So Rafael Inoa coming up. He's 2 for 3, 2 singles and a walk. Five runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. 5 runs, 12 hits for Colorado. The bullpen for the Dodgers tonight has given up 3 runs. Drew Stubbs, right-hand batter, comes out on deck. Foul ball, 0-2. And a hard hit to Hopper. Barney stays with that. Drew Stubbs now coming up. 2 out, bases empty, but it's a tied up ball game. Stubbs started last night. Had a tough night, struck out 3 times, but he also had a double. And now here comes Don Mattingly. And that'll do it, I guess, for Paco Rodriguez. Yep. So for Rodriguez, not a happy appearance, nor was last night. And Brian Wilson coming in. 2 out, top of the 9th, 5-5, and we'll be back. One pitch to Michael Kadaya, and Kadaya lined out to left field. Now we'll see what he does with 2 out, top of the 9th, against Drew Stubbs. Stubbs is very much of a feast or famine hitter. He has a big problem making contact, in the sense he strikes out an awful lot. However, this year he's making contact, hitting .288, 15 home runs, 43 runs batted in. However, he's also struck out 135 times. Starts him off speed with the breaking ball. Drew from Atlanta, but his Atlanta is in Texas. He now moved from Atlanta to Austin, went to the University of Texas. 1 ball, 1 strike. Drew is 6'4", 230 years old in October, a #1 pick out of the University of Texas for the Cincinnati Reds, and never quite reached what they thought he could do. And it's a fly ball into right center, and racing over is Peterson to pick it off. So we are heading for the bottom of the 9th inning in a 5-5 tie. Scott Van Slyke will be one of several coming up. 5-5. Ninth inning on the home run by Ben Paulson. So now Nick Massett comes in, trying to shut the Dodgers down in the 9th inning, with Guerrero followed by Van Slyke and then Tim Federovic. Nick Massett's out of St. Petersburg, Florida. Went to St. Petersburg Community College. He was originally drafted about 15 years ago by the Texas Rangers. Massett, 6'4", 220. And the 32-year-old has both the four-seamer and the two-seamer. He has a curveball, a slider, and he has another pitch. The argument is it is a slider or a cutter, and of course a changeup. And ball one. Alex Guerrero had one at bat, hit into a force play back in the 6th inning. 5-5, bottom of the 9th. One ball and one strike. For the Dodgers, they're now involved in their 18th extra inning game, and they have not done well at all. They are 5-12 in extra inning games, and you think, well, you have the advantage at home. At home, they're 3-8 as Guerrero grounds out. One away in the ninth inning. Massett now will be facing Scott Van Slyke.
Scott Van Slyke.
Tim Fedorovich hitting behind Van Slyke. Van Slyke took over after Adrian Gonzalez had homered in the first inning, walked in the third. Scotty singled to right and struck out Sims. And ball one. New ball put in play. 5 runs, 12 hits, 1 error for the Rockies, who had hit 2 home runs. The Dodgers 5 runs, 10 hits, no errors. They hit 1 home run. Fastball missed. Massett's been with the Rangers, the White Sox, the Reds, and now the Rockies. High pop fly, big league pop up, foul ground. McHenry looking at Inoa, and Inoa puts it away. Dodgers have not had a hit since Jock Peterson singled in the 6th inning. They did all the damage, really. 4 runs in the 5th. Last night, 6 runs in the 6th. But tonight, Colorado caught him. In the Dodger bullpen, Carlos Frias begins to loosen up. Van Paulson, 2 home runs in 2 games here. Foul ball out of play, 0-1. FedEx 0 for 1, hit back to the box. Tim 1 home run, 5 runs batted in. Change and misses. Nick Massett working on Tim Fedorovich. Massett was shocked and at the same time in awe because the Reds got him from the Chicago White Sox. And what really put Massett in awe, the player who went from the Reds to the White Sox, Ken Griffey Jr. Two and one to count. And a strike, throwing downhill with that fastball. 6'4" on a 10-inch mound. Makes the hitter look like he's looking up at a mountain. Curveball, slow hopper. Inoa, who seems to be all over the place, throws him out. And so we are heading for extra innings. Dodgers go 1, 2, 3. Again, the Dodgers have not had a hit, and they've had 1 hit since the 5th inning. And it's 5-5. tie, and we've talked about the fact just about everybody outside of the starters, anybody come into the game is really auditioning for a chance to make it to the playoffs. And here comes Carlos Frias with an ERA of 6.7. He throws very hard. He has 6 walks, 24 strikeouts. One fella we think will make it, although nothing that we say is even close to being official, but you have to like Pedro Baez, who appeared last night. And now we'll take another good look at a hard thrower. Carlos Frias, of course, had a nightmare game in Colorado. It was almost painful to watch. That game in Colorado blew his earned run average out of sight. Gave up 8 runs in 2/3 of an inning. I mean, that makes your earned run average 108. So McHenry's going to start it off. He homered his last time up. That was back in the 8th inning. And then Paulson homered in the 9th, and here we are in the 10th. Mike has lined out to center, struck out, singled, and the home run. Also committed a throwing error. And ball 1. So Frias, we know, throws hard. Will he throw strikes? Made his Dodger debut here at Dodger Stadium, and the first batter he faced was Albert Pujols to begin his career, and Pujols singled. With Frias, basically a fastball that's been clocked as high as 96. Pretty good curveball and a very good changeup. He's 6'4" and maybe 175. Fouled away. McHenry got that on his foot. There it is. 2-1. McHenry not quite ready. Hanley Ramirez fouled one off his knee tonight. No, Mike, still not quite ready. Everybody understands, and everybody will patiently wait. McHenry out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Got him right on the instep of that left foot, just as the foot turns, and it becomes so vulnerable. Foul ball. McHenry used to be with the Pirates. Originally signed by the Rockies, went to Pittsburgh for 3 years, and then came back to Colorado. Fastball down and away at 95, and we have one down in the 10th inning. We told you the Dodgers have not done well at all in extra inning games, and the Rockies are a lot better. Where the Dodgers are 5-12, the Rockies are 7-6. Kyle Parker, big rip. Parker struck out, doubled, singled, struck out again. 2 for 4. One out, 10th inning. 5-5. Fastball fouled away. 0-2. And we told you Frias can hit 96, and that's exactly what he did on that pitch. on the hands and foul back. And basically that tight curveball that Frias throws. Parker fought it off. By the way, a little more drama going on. We told you about the Pirates losing and then the Cardinals losing. So that's still alive. High pop foul. Van Slyke a look. That's about all. Well, Seattle, they need a win to stay alive. And they had the bases loaded and nobody out in the bottom of the ninth inning against Jason Grilli of the Angels. And they did not score. So they're in extra innings in Seattle. Seattle, of course, has to win tonight and tomorrow. And Oakland has to lose in Texas tomorrow. Otherwise, Seattle is done. But bases loaded, nobody out, bottom of the ninth, and you fail to score. Meanwhile, tough night for Kyle Parker. He has a single and a double, but he is struck out 3 times. And for Frias, boy, when he's throwing strikes, he throws so hard, he is struck out 2. And Brandon Barnes, who has struck out twice tonight, 0 for 4, checking in. When you look at the Dodgers coming up in the bottom of the 10th, you don't expect much of an offense, but we'll wait and see. There's a one-hopper. Van Slyke will take it to the bag, and that's that. So a nice inning for Carlos Frias, or let's put it this way, a very good audition. And we're heading to the bottom of the 10th, 5. Veteran right-hander Matt Belisle coming out of the bullpen. So for the Rockies, it's Butler, Nicasio, Brown, Friedrich, Hawkins, Massett, and now Belisle. The Dodgers have used Herron, Wright, Elbert, League, Garcia, Rodriguez, Wilson, and Frias. So Matt Belisle, the broad-shouldered right-hander, out of Austin, Texas, still lives there, went to McCallum High School. He was a number 2 pick for the Braves back in 1998. He's another 6'4" and 230. And the Dodgers, on paper, with not much of an offense here in the 10th, Rojas, Ethier, and Arrubarena. After Arrubarena, you'd have the pitcher Frias. Slow curveball in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Matt Belisle first came up with the Cincinnati Reds, up and down in their system, and eventually to Colorado. Fastball hit foul off first. That's going back into the crowd. Rojas got into the game, finishing up at short for Ramirez, but then the Dodgers maneuvered some more. Arrubarena came into short, and Miguel moved over to third. 0-2. Fastball comebacker. Nice play by Belial. One away. Andre
Center
Ethier.
fielder number 16, Andre.
Lined out to right, hit into a force play, doubled to right to drive in a run, scored a run, and last time up struck out. Again, remember the Dodgers have had one hit since the fifth inning. That was a single by Jock Peterson, who's batting ninth and playing right field. Belial, basically fastball, curveball, and a changeup. He's a power pitcher. 1 ball and no strikes. Two and 0. Ethier 4 home runs, 42 runs batted in, and hitting .250. And behind 3-0, Belial has good control despite falling behind. $19 walks, 40 strikeouts. That's in there. 3-1. $13 Dodgers in a row have been retired. Another strike. And down goes Ethier. So 2 out in the 10th. And Arrubarena coming up. He was robbed of a hit. A nice play by Inoa, the third baseman. Dodgers have used 8 pitchers. Daniel Colomb begins to warm up in the Dodger bullpen, the young left-hander, and that's a strike to Arrubarena. No balls, 2 strikes. Just missed with that pitch. Arrubarena batting .194. 7 runs batted in. Has a pretty good swing, but no numbers to support it. One ball, 2 strikes. Two and 2. So Belial doing a good job moving that fastball in and out. 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Down he goes on the breaking ball. So the Dodger drought continues. Going back again, 3, 6, 9, 12. That's 15 in a row. In a 5-5 tie, Charlie Culberson followed by Adames, and then Ben Paulson against Carlos Frias, who is the 8th Dodger pitcher, starting with Dan Herron. Frias, who struck out 2 in the 10th inning, now getting ready. Charlie Culberson leading off, has popped up, flied to right, single to center, and single to left. The Charlie is 2 for 4. Adames does not have a hit. And then you have Paulson, who for the second night in a row hit a home run. Charlie playing for DJ LeMahieu, who sprained a knee last night. Going after a base hit up the middle by Justin Turner. Right. 5 runs, 12 hits, 1 error for the Colorado Rockies. 5 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Dodgers, who have not really been heard from since the 5th inning. Pop fly, shallow center, Barney. Darwin Barney becomes more impressive every game he plays. 1 out in the 11th. Ethier coming one way, Barney twisting, turning, and holds on to the ball. So 1 away. Adames coming up. Christian has struck out, popped up, struck out, and grounded out. 0 for 4. Batting .071. Right. Nice opportunity for him to play shortstop with the great Tulowitzki sidelined. On 1 in the dirt. Dodgers started their regulars, Gordon and Puig, Gonzalez, Kemp, Ramirez, Ethier, Turner. Rockies have stayed pretty much with their starting club. And a flare, leaping catch by Arrubarena. Tall enough to go up the ladder and take a base hit away from Adames. Arrubarena is an even 6 and went up there quite high to one-hand that. Fine play. And now here's Ben Paulson. The Dodgers have seen him twice, and he is homered last night and again tonight. Ben asking for time. So pretty impressive in the brief time the Dodgers see him. Of course, he was hitting .333, and he has 4 home runs in brief service. Oh, and 1 to count. Foul back. Big Ben with a no-ball 2-strike count. Paulson is 6'4", 205, 27 years old. Out of Plymouth, Wisconsin. Lives now in Holiday, Florida. Grew up in high school in Georgia. 1 ball and 2 strikes. When Clemson had Paulson hit 31 home runs for Clemson in 3 years. 1 and 2 the count. Fastball at 96, and Paulson fights it off. 5-5 in the 11th. Dodgers have used 8 pitchers. Colorado has used 7. 1 and 2. Ground foul. So his fastball has been clocked at 96. That curveball was in the high 80s. One ball and 2 strikes. Fouled away. Low 95-mile-an-hour fastball outside part of the plate. One and 2. There's the curveball. So down goes Paulson after fighting off all those fastballs, and the curveball gets him 3 strikeouts for Carlos Frias. We're heading to the bottom of the 11th inning in a 5 The Dodgers will have Carlos Frias to start it off, followed by Tim Fedorovich and then Darwin Barney. So you would think that's not much of an offense. We're probably going to go to the 12th inning, but you never know. Matt Belisle about ready to perk to Carlos. Rockies are 7-6 in extra inning games, and the Dodgers 5-12. Ball one. One ball, one strike. 46,631 came out to see the game. The bunt goes right back to Belisle. Boy, what a throw and what a pick by Paulson. I mean, Belisle threw that harder, I think, than any pitch, and Paulson made a great save. Take a look. It's amazing what pitchers will do. I mean, you can't really tell on television, but that thing was hurled. Fine play by Ben Paulson. Lined up and fired. Great play by Ben. Heaves a bit of a sigh. Belisle ate him up with that pitch. Here's Jock Peterson now. Peterson single, struck out. That's a strike. One ball and one strike. And a high fly ball to shallow left. The shortstop going out on Damas, but it's the left fielder Barnes making the catch. So Peterson flies out. 2 down. That's 17 in a row.
Second baseman, number 30, Darwin Barney.
Guerrero hit into a force play in the 6th inning. That was the beginning. Now 17 in a row, and the batter is Darwin Barney. And a strike. Barney is singled, walked, flied to right. D. Gordon left after 1 at bat. A hip irritation. 0-2 to Darwin. Alex Guerrero on deck. It'll be the top of the order for the Rockies in the 12th inning. Charlie Blackmon will start it off. One and two. Oh, great change up, and Barney so far out in front of it. So that's 18 Dodgers in a row have gone down. Not much offense left in the lineup. And we are heading to the 12th inning in a 5-5 tie. Dodgers are sailing along 5-3, and then catcher Michael McHenry came up against Jimmy Garcia and hit one down the line. And if that wasn't enough, in the ninth inning, down 5-4 against Paco Rodriguez, and Ben Paulson hit a towering home run into the right field stands, and that started it. We're now in the 12th inning. 5-5. Walt Weiss's club, with their 2 home runs tonight, have hit in 185 home runs. So Charlie Blackmon grounded out and singled and doubled and grounded out 2 more times. So he's 2 for 5, 19 home runs, 72 RBIs. And remember, should he get aboard, he has 28 stolen bases. 0-1. Frias has retired 6 in a row, striking out 3. Charlie hitting .287. And that's a strike. 0-2. Blackmon, I think, his body language said he's ticked off on that call. Still not quite ready. Oh, 0-2. Blackmon having a very good year with 19 home runs. His records up until this year, he was not that kind of a hitter. Maybe 4 or 5 years ago in the minors he hit 11 at Tulsa, but it's a big year for him to hit 19. 0-2. And another foul ball and another 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Frias has retired 6 in a row, striking out 3 of the 6. And 2. That'll do it. So Blackmon strikes out. He has a few words to say to Field and Culbreth. He still doesn't want to go back to the dugout, and here comes Walt Weiss. Let's see. Well, he certainly rolled over the bat, looking to see, I don't believe, let's see Fedorovich, whether the mitt got in the way. Maybe he thought he got a piece of it and hit it into the dirt, and then it would be a foul ball. So Weiss and Blackmon will lose the argument.
Third baseman, number 43, Rafael Ynoa. 1
out in the 12, 4 strikeouts for Carlos Frias. And now here's Ynoa. Rafael has 2 singles and a walk. So 2 for 4. He's also played very well at third base. And a strike. Ynoa, switch hitter, batting .300 right, .368 left. One and 1. No home runs for Rafael. Playing in place of Nolan Arenado, the great young third baseman they have. Arenado had 18 home runs before he was hurt. 61 runs batted in. So the left side, you have Adames and Ynoa instead of Tulowitzki and Arenado. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bergman and Greinke tomorrow, Fan Appreciation Day. If you can, hope he'd be out here with us. Say goodbye to the ball club. Say goodbye to the regular season. And then Friday for keeps against either Pittsburgh or St. Louis. 3-2 to Enoa. Both Pittsburgh and St. Louis lost. Strike 3, got the inside corner. So that's 5 strikeouts now for Carlos Frias. And what it is, it's retribution. I mean, in Denver, he gave up 8 runs in 2/3 of an inning. So now gets a second shot, and he has struck out 5 in 2 2/3 innings. Josh Rutledge will come up and bat.
Josh Rutledge.
Rutledge, the shortstop, 0 for 2 last night. He was also hit by a pitch and drew a walk. One ball and no strikes. Seattle excited. They kept their hopes alive. They won tonight. They have to win tomorrow, and somehow or other, we'll see about Oakland. If they lose tomorrow, then Seattle will sneak in. 1 ball and 1 strike to Josh Rutledge. And a strike. Frias pitching as if to say, that was not me in Colorado, boys. We're back down here where it counts. He's retired 8 in a row and struck out 5 of the 8. Talking about Frias as an audition for the playoffs. He's really impressive. Overthrowing that time. 95. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Josh Rutledge. They've already used Drew Stubbs. Rutledge out of Cullman, Alabama. 2-2. Ball 3. 25-year-old, 6'1", 190. Went to the University of Alabama. Hit a home run here against Hyun-Jin Ryu way back in April. 3-2 to Rutledge. And ball 4. So a 2-out walk. By the way, the first walk given up by Frias. And the batter, Michael McHenry. Line to center, struck out, single to right, homered, and struck out. Kyle Parker on deck. 2 out, 12th inning, 5-5. In the dirt, going all the way to the backstop. Rutledge to second, and he will hold on the wild pitch. And Fedorovich out now to talk to Frias. Just a backhanded effort, hit the heel of the mitt. I'll tell you one thing, as just somebody who sits up here and watches, I never like to watch a catcher trying to backhand a pitch. I mean, if you can possibly shift your body, it's so much better than just trying to backhand. Of course, they get tired too. 1 ball and no strikes. High pop fly. Barney going out and hollering him off is Peterson. That's that. So no runs, no hits, a man left, and we're heading to the bottom of the 12th, 5-5. Mark McGwire talking to Alex Guerrero, who's going to lead off the inning against the left-hander Franklin Morales, whom we saw last night. The Guerrero, after listening to McGwire, will lead it off. He'll be followed by Van Slyke and then Fedorovich. Morales out of Venezuela, an even 6, 210-pounder. 28 years old and originally signed with the Rockies back in 2002. He had a tough time growing up. He was only 5 years old when his dad was killed in a car accident. But he grew up nicely, and here he is. We saw him last night. Fastball, curveball, and a change. Signed by the Rockies almost 13 years ago. Came up in 07, and he's been up and down from Denver to Colorado Springs. Then he finally left, traded to the Red Sox organization, and eventually found his way back. So Franklin Morales going to work. Alex Guerrero followed by Scott Van Slyke, and then Miguel Rojas. Morales facing Guerrero has an ERA over 5. Hit foul down the right field line, out of play. 0-1 as Morales starts him with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. Morales appeared in the 6th inning last night when the Dodgers scored their 6 runs, and he was charged with a run and a couple of hits, plus a couple of walks. Almost got him. 1 ball, 1 strike. And popped it up. It'll be the shortstop, Adames. So Guerrero pops up. The one man in the lineup who could do something about the game is the only one coming up, Scott Van Slyke. Otherwise, you have to wait till you get all the way down to Andre Ethier, because realistically, you don't look at the Dodgers to score many runs with Barney, Guerrero, FedEx, Rojas, Arena, etc. Scotty looking for a pitch to drive to see if he can end the game. 0-1. And slapped into right field for a base hit. So for the Dodgers, that is their first hit since back in the 6th inning. There were 19 in a row retired until Van Slyke singled. But the Dodgers don't need a single. They need a lot more. And you have Fedorovich followed by Rojas. Five runs, 12 hits for the Rockies. 5 runs, 11 hits for the Dodgers. Look out. That breaking ball got him on the leg. No reason to boo. There's no way they're going to hit Fedorovich. So first and second, 1 out, and the batter Miguel Rojas. So all of a sudden, as that breaking ball rode in and nailed him, the Dodgers have a potential winning run in Van Slyke at second base. So the crowd has been very quiet as the Dodgers were going down 1-2-3, but they come alive with a chance to win it. Rojas followed by Efield. Two on, 1 out, 5-5, and there goes Van Slyke to third. The throw, he is safe. Scott Van Slyke steals third, and the Dodgers now have the winning run 90 feet away. Got a good jump. Morales never looked back. McHenry got it down there, but up in front of the bag was Anoa. And by the time he leans back, Van Slyke is in there. So now the infield is up, and the question is, you don't expect much from Rojas, or at least he hasn't shown you very much. So the first thought is, would they try to squeeze? 1 ball and no strikes. 1 out. And a wild pitch, and here comes Van Slyke, and the Dodgers win it. Well, the Dodgers needed a lot of help to get the run, and they sure got it. A single, a hit batter, a stolen base, and a wild pitch. So for the Dodgers, 6 runs, 11 hits, and no errors. For the Rockies, 5 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. The winning pitcher, and it is indeed retribution, the winning pitcher, Carlos Frias. And the loser, Franklin Morales. Certainly the play of the game, Scott Van Slyke stealing third, and eventually comes home on the wild pitch. So the Dodgers now have won 93 games, trying for 94 tomorrow. That will be Greinke for the Dodgers, Bergman for Colorado. Talk to you then. Till then, wishing you all a very pleasant good evening, everybody.